E. Okay, okay. E, I'm just trying to get people to join the stream, lol. Oh, there's 2 viewers, really? Bruh. There's 1 now. I'm just waiting for people. Yeah. Hello, epic man. Or comrade. If comrade continues watching this... Wait, what? How much for you to start speaking? I'm speaking right now, aren't I? What? Can you hear me? Bruh. 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 Does you hear? Yes, I'm just waiting for people right now. Lol. You still watching? Epic, okay. Um... Wait, there's no 2 viewers, wait. Who is other person? I just want to know who's watching, just because, yeah. I don't want to, like, read the entire Communist Manifesto where it's just me by myself. Ah. That's why there's 2 viewers. Okay, epic. Okay, I'm going to start reading the Communist Manifesto by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels from the English edition of 1888. Okay, let's start. A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into the Holy Alliance to exorcise this spectre. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decreed as communistic by its opponents in power? Where is the opponent that has not held back to the branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? 2 things result from this fact. Number 1. Communism is already acknowledged by all European powers to be itself a power. And number 2, it is high time that communism should openly, in the face of the whole world, publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale of the spectre of communism with the manifesto of the party itself. To this end, communists of various nationalities have assembled in London and sketched to the following manifesto, to be published in English, French, German, Italian, Flemish, and Danish. Number 1. Bourgeoisies and proletarians. Wait, are you still here, comrade? Are you still here? Bruh. Okay, I'm just gonna continue. Number 1, bourgeoisies and proletarians. The history of all Hebraic existing societies is the history of class struggles, freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guild master and journeyman. In a word, oppressor and oppressed stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight. A fight that each time ended either in a revolutionary reconstitution of society at large, or in the common ruin of the contending classes. In the earlier epochs of history, we find almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society into various orders, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves. In the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guild masters, journeymans, apprentices and serfs. In almost all of these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeoisie society that has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society has not done away with class antagonisms. It has but established new classes, new conditions of oppression, new forms of struggle in place of the old ones. Our epoch, the epoch of the bourgeoisies, possesses, however, the distinctive feature. It has simplified the class antagonisms. Society as a whole is more and more splitting up into 2 great hostile camps, into 2 great classes directly facing each other, bourgeoisies and proletarians. From the serfs of the Middle Ages sprang the chartered burghers of the earliest towns. From these burgesses the first elements of the bourgeoisie were developed. The discovery of America, the rounding of the Cape, opened up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie. the East Indian and Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the increase in the means of exchange and in commodities generally, gave to commerce to navigate to industry an impulsive never before known, and thereby to the revolutionary element in the tottering feudal society, a rapid development. Okay, is anybody still watching this? 2 viewers. Okay, that's cool. We need more people to join this. I'm gonna continue. Bruh. Okay, where did I get up to? Yeah, okay, I found that. I'm just gonna advertise this a bit, because, bruh, I'm gonna be spending like probably 4 hours here reading the entire Communist Manifesto, and I don't want it to be in vain. So, yeah. E. So, sometimes I think, where did the human evolution go wrong? Oh, same. Okay, I'm gonna continue, but if you have the time, comrade, maybe help advertise it, you know? Okay. I'm not gonna do the next paragraph then. Okay. The feudal system of industry, under which industrial production was monopolized by closed guilds, now no longer sufficed for the growing wants of the new markets. The manufacturing system took its place. The guild masters were pushed on one side by the manufacturing middle class. Division of labour between the different corporate guilds vanished in the face of division of labour in each single workshop. Meantime, the markets kept ever growing, the demands ever rising. Even manufacture no longer sufficed. Thereupon, steam and machinery revolutionized industrial production. The place of manufacture was taken by the giant modern industry, the place of the industrial middle class by industrial millionaires, the leader of whole industrial armies, the modern bourgeoisie. Dun, dun, dun. Modern industry has established the world market, for which the discovery of America paved the way. This market has given an immense development to commerce, to navigate, to communicate by land. This development has, in its time, reacted on the extension of industry, and in proportion as industry, commerce, navigation, railways extended, in the same proportion the bourgeoisie's developed, increased its capital, and pushed into the background every class handed down from the Middle Ages. We see, therefore, how the modern bourgeoisie is itself the product of a long course of development, a series of revolutions in the modes of production and of exchange. Yes. You still here, anybody? Okay, cool, you're still here. Okay, nobody else is going to join, I'm just going to continue going. Okay. Each step in the development of the bourgeoisie were accompanied by the corresponding political advance of that class, an oppressed class under the sway of the feudal nobility, and armed and self-governing association in the medieval commune. Here independent urban republic, as in Italy and Germany, their taxable third state of the monarchy, as in France, afterward in the period of manufacture proper, serving either the semi-feudal or the absolute monarchy as a counterpoise against the nobility, and in fact cornerstone of the great monarchies in general. The bourgeoisie have at last, since the establishment of modern industry and of the world market, conquered for itself, in the modern representative state, exclusive political sway. The executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie, historically, has played a most revolutionary part. The bourgeoisie, wherever it has got the upper hand, has put an end to all feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relations. It has pitilessly torn asunder the motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superiors, and has left remaining no other nexus between man and man than naked self-interest, than calling a cash payment. It has drowned the most heavenly ecstasies of religious fervour, of chivalrous enthusiasm, of Philistine sentimentalism, in the icy water of egotistical calculations. It has resolved personal worth into exchange value, and in place of the numberless and indefensible chartered freedoms, has set up the single, unconscious freedom, free trade, in one word, for exploitation, veiled by religious and political illusions, naked, shameless, direct, brutal exploitation. Why do you say monkey? Okay. How long? Okay, we've only been going on for 18 minutes, so that's not that bad. Just looking through all of the Discord groups I'm part of, which I'll be allowed to advertise on. Should I, wait, I was wondering, comrade, should I put a link to this video in a communist Discord server I'm part of? Bruh. Hello? Anyone? Ugh. Okay. I will then. Okay. Yes, and then I'm going to continue. Hi, my brother just came in and said that Yoshi is gay. That's why I had to mute myself. Got a bit worried. Yeah, I don't think Yoshi is gay though, so okay, I'm gonna put it, and that one, leftist bunker, debate, propaganda. Okay, I think this can go under propaganda. Okay, I put it in there. Now I guess I just have to wait to see if anybody else joins. And I guess I'll continue reading the Communist Manifesto then. Bruh, did you leave, Epic Man? Bruh. Okay, there's one viewers. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna continue going then. Okie dokie, let's continue. Okay, brutal exploitation, where's that? Blah 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 blah. Yes, okay. The bourgeoisie have stripped of its halo every every occupation hitherto honoured and looked up to with reverent awe. It has converted the physician, the lawyer, the priest, the poet, the man of science, into its paid wage labourers. The bourgeoisie have torn away from the family its sentimental veil, and have reduced the family relationships to a mere money relation. The bourgeoisie have disclosed how it came to pass that the brutal display of vigil in the Middle Ages, which reactionalists so much admire, found its fitting complement in the most slothful indolence. It has been the first to show what man's activity can bring about. It has accomplished wonders for surpassing Egyptian pyramids, Roman aqueducts, and Gothic cathedrals. It has conducted expeditions that put in the shade all former exoduses of the nations and crusades. Bruh. All by myself. This is gonna depress. Okay, I'm gonna continue going then. The bourgeoisie cannot exist without constantly revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production, and with them the whole relations of society. Conservation of the old modes of production in unaltered forms was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation distinguished the bourgeoisie epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast frozen relationships with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions are swept away. All new formed ones become antiqued before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air. All that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life and his relations with his kind. Anybody watching still? Bruh. I'm gonna continue going. The need of constantly expanding market for its products chased the bourgeoisie over the whole surface of the globe. It must nestle everywhere, settle everywhere, establish connections everywhere. The bourgeoisie has, through its exploitation of the world market, given a cosmopolitan character to production and consumption in every country. To the great chagrin of reactionists, it has drawn from under the feet the national ground on which it stood. All old established national industries have been destroyed or are daily being destroyed. They are dislodged by new industries whose introduction becomes a life and death question for all civilized nations, by industries that no longer work up indigenous raw materials, but raw materials drawn from the remote zones, industries whose products are consumed not only at home, but in every quarter of the globe, in place of the old wants satisfied by the production of the country. We find new wants requiring for their satisfaction the products of distant lands and climes. In places of the old local and national seclusion and self-sufficiency, we have intercourse in every direction, universal interdependence of nations, and as in material, so also in intellectual production, the intellectual creations of individual nations become common property. National one-sidedness and narrow-mindedness become more and more impossible. and from the numerous national and local literatures there arise a world literature. Epic. Okay. I'm just wondering, how long is this? Oh, that's not that long. Okay. The bourgeoisie, by the rapid improvement of all instruments of production, by the immensely facilitated means of communication, draws all, even the most barbarian nations, into civilization. The cheap prices of its commodities are the heavy artillery with which it batters down all Chinese walls, with which it forces the barbarians' intensely obstinate hatred of foreigners to capitulate. It compels all nations, on pain of extinction, to adopt the bourgeoisie mode of production. It compels them to introduce what it calls civilization in their midst, i.e. to become bourgeoisies themselves. In one word, it creates a world after its own image. The bourgeoisie have subjected the country to the rule of the towns, has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life, just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeoisies, the east on the west. The bourgeoisies keep more and more doing away with the scattered state of the population, of means of production and of property. It has agglomerated production and has concentrated property in a few hands. The necessary consequences of this was political centralization, independent or but loosely connected provinces with separate interests, laws, governments and systems of taxation became lumped together into one nation, with our government, one law of code, one national class interest, one frontier and one custom tariff. The bourgeoisie, during its rules of scarce 100 years, has created more massive and more colossal productive forces that have preceded all generations together. Subjection of nature's forces to man, machinery, application to chemistry, to industry and agriculture, steam navigation, railways, electric telegraphs, clearing or whole continents for cultivation, canalization of rivers, whole populations conjured out of the ground, where earlier centuries had even a presentiment that such productive forces slumbered into the lap of social labour. I'll continue going. Bruh, this is a long ride. Just trying to find out where I got up to. It's a lot of stuff. Okay. We see then the means of productions and of exchange, on whose foundation the bourgeoisie built itself up, were generated in feudal society. At a certain stage in the development of those means of production and of exchange, the conditions under which feudal society produced and exchanged, the feudal organization of agricultural and manufacturing industry, in one word, the feudal relations of property, became no longer compatible with the already developed productive forces. They became so many fetters, they had to burst asunder. They were burst asunder. Dun, dun, dun. Wow. Into their place stepped free competition, accompanied by its social and political constitution adapted to it, and by the economical and political sway of the bourgeoisie class. A similar movement is going on before our own eyes. Modern bourgeoisie society, with its relations of production, I can't read anymore. With its relations of production, of exchange and of property, a society that has conjured up such gigantic means of production and of exchange is like the sorcerer who is no longer able to control the powers of the netherworld, Minecraft, whom he has called up by his spells. For many a decade past, the history of industry and commerce is but the history of the revolt of modern productive forces against the modern condition of production, against the property relations that are the conditions for the existence of the bourgeoisie and of its rule. It is enough to mention the commercial crises, that by their periodical return put on trial, each time more threateningly, the existence of the entire bourgeoisie society. In these crises, a great part not only of the existing products, but also of the previous created productive forces are periodically destroyed. In these crises there break out an epidemic that, in all earlier epochs, would have seemed an absurdity. The epidemic of overproduction. Society suddenly finds itself put back into the state of momentary barbarism. It appears as if a famine, a universal war of devastation, has cut off the supply of every means of subsistence. Industry and commerce seem to be destroyed. And why? Because there is too much civilization, too much means of subsistence, too much industry, too much commerce. The productive forces at the disposal of society no longer tend to further the development of the condition of bourgeoisie property. On the contrary, they have become too powerful for these conditions by which they are fettered, and so soon are they overcome these fetters, they bring disorder into the whole bourgeoisie society, endanger the existence of bourgeoisie property. The condition of bourgeoisie society are too narrow to compromise the wealth created by them. And how does the bourgeoisie get over these crises? On one hand, informed destruction of the mass productive forces. Okay. On the other, by the conquest of new markets, and by the more thorough exploitation of the old ones, that is to say, by paving the way for more extensive and more destructive crises, and by diminishing the means whereby crises are prevented. Oh, who's watching now? I just found out there's my younger brothers watching it, lol. Okay, Okay. The weapons with which the bourgeoisie felled feudalism to the ground are now turned against the bourgeoisie itself. But not only has the bourgeoisie forged the weapons that bring death to itself, it has also called into existence the men who are to wield those weapons, the modern working class. Proletarians. Whoa! In proportion as the bourgeoisie, i.e. capital, is developed, in the same proportion is the proletariat. The modern working class developed a class of labourers, who live only so long as they find work, and who find work only so long as their labour increases capital. These labourers, who must sell themselves piecemeal, are a commodity, like every other article of commerce, and are consequently exposed to all the vicissitudes of competition, to all fluctuations of the market. Owing to the extensive use of machinery and to division of labour, the work of the proletarians has lost all individual character, and consequently all charm for the workman. he becomes an appendage of the machine, and is only the most simple, most monotonous, and most easily acquired knack that is required of him. Hence, the cost of production of the workman is restricted almost every to the means of subsistence that he requires for his maintenance and for the propagation of his race. But the price of the commodity, and therefore also labour, is equal to its cost of production. In proportion, therefore, as the repulsiveness of the work increases, the wage decreases, nay more, in proportion as the use of machinery and division of labour increases, in the same proportion the burden of toil also increases, whether by prolongation of the working hours, by increase of the work that is exactly in a given time, or by increased speed of the machinery, etc. Bruh. Okay. Yeah. This is depressing. It's just me reading the Communist Manifesto and wasting my time. Bruh. It's actually depressing. Yeah, I'm just finding some friends on Discord. Whoa. Bruh. I'm just looking at all of my friends who are online. Bruh. Wait, I'm gonna mute myself quick. I have a life as well, lol. Epic. Okay, I'm back, lol. And yeah, I'm just going to continue, I guess. This is depressing. Okay. Modern industry has converted the little workshop of the patrician master into the great factory of the industrial capitalist. Masses of labourers crowded into the factory and organised like soldiers. As privates of the industrial army, they are placed under the command of the perfect hierarchy of officers and sergeants. Not only are they slaves of the bourgeoisie class and of the bourgeois state, they are daily and hourly enslaved by the machine, by the overlooker, and above all by the individual bourgeoisie manufacturer himself. The more openly this despotism proclaims gains to be its end and aims, the more petty, the more hateful, and the more embittering it is. The less the skill and exertion of strength implied in manual labour, in other words, the more modern industry becomes developed. The more is the labour of men dispersed by that of women. Differences of age and sex have no longer any distinctive social validity for the working class. All are instruments of labour, more or less expensive to use according to their age and gender. No sooner is the exploitation of the labourer by the manufacturer so far at the end that he receives his wage in cash, that he is set up upon the other portions of the bourgeoisie, the landlord, the shopkeeper, the pawnbroker, etc. The lower strata of the middle class, the small tradespeople, shopkeepers, retired tradesmen generally, the handicraftsmen and peasants, all these sink gradually into the proletariat, partly because their diminutive capital does not suffice for the scale on which modern industry is carried on, and is swamped by the competition with the large capitalists. Partly because their specialized skill is rendered worthless by the new methods of production. Thus the proletariat is recruited from all classes of the population. The proletariat goes through various stages of development. With its birth begin in its struggle with the bourgeoisie. At first the contestant is carried on by individual labourers, then by the work people of a factory, then by the operatives of one trade in one locality, against the individual bourgeoisie who directly exploits themselves. They direct their attack not against the bourgeoisie conditions of production, but against the instruments of production themselves. They destroy imported wares that compete with their labour. They smash to pieces machinery. They set factories ablaze. They seek to restore the vanished status of the workmen of the middle class. Ugh. Okay. Well, this is painful. Yeah, I love this 43 minutes of me reading the Communist Manifesto. I love how depressing my life is. Okay, at this stage the labourers still form an incoherent mass scattered over the whole country and broken up by their mutual competition. If anywhere they unite to form more compact bodies. This is not yet the consequence of their own active union, but of the unions of the bourgeoisies, which class, in order to attain its own political end, it is compelled to set the whole proletariat in motion, and is moreover yet for time able to do so. At this stage, therefore, the proletarians do not fight their enemies, but the enemies of their enemies, the remnants of absolute monarchy, the landowners, the non-industrial bourgeoisies, the petty bourgeoisie. Thus the whole historical movement in concentration with the hands of the bourgeoisie. Every victory so obtained is a victory for the bourgeoisie. Why, Karl Marx, did you have to write this? Like, bruh, this trash thing is the reason why so many people died. It's not even that long as well. I say it takes 4 hours. But I think it'll probably take me like 2. Yeah, wow, a lot of this is, yeah. Okay, this is pretty small. It's not like massive. Nearly near one of the first parts, yay. Okay, epic. But with the development of industry, the proletariat not only increases in number, it becomes concentrated in greater masses, its strength grows, and it feels that strength more. The various interests and condition of life within the ranks of the proletariat are more and more equalized, in proportion as machinery obliterates all distinctions of labour, and nearly everywhere reduces wages for the same low level. The growing competition among the bourgeoisie and the resulting commercial crisis make the wages of the workers even more fluctuating. The unceasing improvement of machinery even more rapidly develops. makes their livelihood more and more precarious. The collision between individual workmen and individual bourgeoisie take more and more character of collision between two classes. Thereupon the worker begins to form combinations, trade unions, against the bourgeoisie. They club together in order to keep up the rate of wages. They found permanent association in order to make provision beforehand for the occasional revolts. Here and there the contest breaks out into riots. Now and then the workers are victorious, but only for a time. The real fruit of the battle lies not in the immediate result, but in the ever-expanding union of the workers. The union is helped on by the improvement means of communication that are created by modern industry, and that place the workers of different localities in contact with one another. It was just this contact that was needed to centralize the numerous local struggles, all of the same character, into one national struggle between classes. But every class struggle is a political struggle, and that union, to attain which the burghers of the Middle Ages, with their miserable highways, required centuries, the modern proletarian, thanks to railways, achieved in a few years. This is painful. Wait, there's 3 people watching. Wait. Bruh. Lol. Who's watching this? This is big epic. Does somebody actually watch? Hello, is anybody watching? It says that there's 3 viewers. Bruh. Okay. Okay, now there's 2 viewers. Okay. That's not that bad. Bruh. Okay, I'm gonna continue. This organisation of the proletarians into a class, and consequently into a political party, is continually being upset again by the competition between the workers themselves, but it ever rises up again, stronger, firmer, mightier. It completes legislative recognition of particular interests of the workers, by taking advantage of the division among the bourgeoisie itself. Thus the 10 hours bill in England was carried. Just saying, if it's not somebody which I don't know who's watching it, if you enjoy this, please like and subscribe, because tomorrow, or soon, I'm going to try reading the entire B-movie script. So that's hopefully going to be fun. Yeah. So if you like the sound of that, yeah. Okay. Altogether, collisions between the classes of the older society further in many ways the course of development of the proletariat. The bourgeoisie finds itself involved in a constant battle, at first with the aristocracy, later on with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself, whose interests have become antagonistic to the progress of industry at all times. With the bourgeoisie of foreign countries, in all these battles it sees itself compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for its help, and thus to drag into its political arena. The bourgeoisie itself, therefore, supplies the proletariat with its own instruments of political and general education. In other words, it furnishes the proletariat with weapons for fighting the bourgeoisie. Who is watching, I'm wondering? Current viewers, okay, anyway, yeah. Bruh. I'm gonna continue then, lol, if you're not going to show yourself. Okay, okay. Altogether, collisions between the classes of the older society further, in many ways, the course of development of the proletariat. The bourgeoisie finds itself in a constant battle, at first with the aristocracy, later on with those portions of the bourgeoisie itself, whose interests have become antagonistic to the progress of industry at all times, with the bourgeoisie of foreign countries. In all these battles, it sees itself compelled to appeal to the proletariat, to ask for its help, and thus to drag into the political arena. The bourgeoisie itself, therefore, supplies the proletariat with its own instruments of political and general education. Oh, I already read this. Oh my god. What's wrong with me? Ah. I'm stupid. Now that other person just left. Bro. Okay. Well, I'm going to continue. Further, as we have already seen, entire sections of the ruling class are, by the advance of industry, precipitated into the proletariat, or at least threatened in their conditions of existence. These are also supplied the proletariat with fresh elements of enlightenment and progress. Finally, in time when the class struggles near the decisive hour, the progress of dissolution going on within... Oh my god. Oh, wow. Epic. Okay, well, let's continue. Ow. Should have taken antihistamine. Okay, finally, in time with the class struggle, nears the decisive hour, the process of dissolution going on within the ruling classes, in fact within the whole range of society, assumes such a violent, glaring character that a small section of the ruling class cut itself adrift and joins the revolutionary class, a class that holds the future in its hands, just as, therefore, as an earlier period, a section of the nobility went over to the bourgeoisie, so now a portion of the bourgeoisie goes over to the proletarian, and in particular, a portion of the bourgeoisie ideologists who have raised themselves to the level of comprehending theoretically the history movement as a whole. Okay, now I'm going to continue. With all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class. The other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. The lower middle class, the small manufacturer, the shopkeeper, the artisan, the peasant, all these fight against the bourgeoisie to save from extinction their existence as fractions of the middle class. They are therefore not revolutionary but conservative. Nay more, they are reactionary, for they try to roll back the wheel of history. If by chance they are revolutionary, they are so only in view of their impending transfer into the proletariat. They thus defend not their present, but their future interests. They desert their own standpoints to place themselves at of the proletariat. The dangerous class, the social scum, that passively rotting mass, thrown off by the lowest layers of old society, may here and here be swept into the movement by the proletarian revolution. In its conditions of life, however, prepare it far more for the part of the bribed tool of reactionary intrigue. In the condition of the proletariat, those of old society at large are already virtually swapped. The proletarian is without property. His relation to his wife and children has no longer anything in common with the bourgeoisie family relations. Modern industrial labour, modern subjection to capital, the same in England as in France, in America as in Germany, has stripped him of every trace of national character. Law, morality, religion are to him so many bourgeoisie prejudices behind which lurk in ambush just as so many bourgeoisie interests. All the preceding classes that got the upper hand sought to fortify their already acquired status by subjecting society at large to their conditions and approaching. The proletarians cannot become masters of the productive forces of society except abolishing their own previous mode of appropriation, and thereby also every other mode of appropriation. They have nothing of their own to secure and to fortify. Their mission is to destroy all previous securities for and insurance of the individual property. All previous historical movements were movements of minorities, or in the interests of minorities. The proletarian movement is the self-conscious, independent movement of the immersed majority. In the interests of the immersed majority, the proletariat, the lowest stratum of our present society, cannot stir, cannot raise itself up, without the whole superincumbent strata of the official society being strung into air. I think it's just me again, lol. Okay. Though not in subsistence, yet in form, the struggle of the proletarian with the bourgeoisie is at first a national struggle. The proletarian of each country must, of course, first settle matters with its own bourgeoisie. Just seeing how long it is. Okay, 1. Cool. How long has this been going on? Okay, not an hour yet. In depicting the most general phase of the development of the proletariat, we trace the more or less veiled civil war raging within existent society, up to the point where that war breaks out into open revolution, and where the violent overthrow of the bourgeoisie lay the foundation for the sway of proletariat. Hitherto every form of society has been based, as we have already seen, on the antagonism of oppressing and oppressed classes. In order to oppress a class, certain conditions must be assured to it under which it can, at least, continue its slavish existence. The serf, in the period of serfdom, raised himself to membership in the commune, just as the petty bourgeoisie, under the yoke of feudal absolutism, managed to develop into a bourgeoisie. The modern labourer, on the contrary, instead of rising with the progress of industry, sinks deeper and deeper below the condition of existence of his own class. He becomes a pauper, and pauperism develops more rapidly than population and wealth. And here it becomes evident that the bourgeoisie is unfit any longer to be the ruling class in society, and to impose its condition of existence upon society as an overriding law. It is unfit to rule because it is incompetent to assure an existence to its slave within his slavery, because it cannot help letting him sink into such a state that has to feed him. Instead of being fed by him, society can no longer live under the bourgeoisie. In other words, its existence is no longer compatible with society. Oh no, the poor bourgeoisie, what are we going to do? Why am I doing this? I should have chose better life decisions. Ugh. Yeah. Oh yeah, 1 hour mark. The essential condition for the existence and for the sway of bourgeoisie class is the formation, augmentation okay, just seeing if it might work. Augmentation of capital. The condition for capital is wage labour. Wage labour rests exclusively on competition between the labourers. the advance of industry, whose involuntary promoter is the bourgeoisie, replaces the isolation of the labourer due to competition by their revolutionary combination, due to association. The development of modern industry, therefore, cuts from under its feet the very foundation on which bourgeoisie produce and appropriates products. What the bourgeoisie therefore produces above all is its own gravediggers. Its falls and the victory of the proletariat are equally inevitable. Dun dun dun! Number 2. Proletarians and communism. Oh yeah, I love myself some communism in the morning. Okay, in what relation do the communists stand to the proletarians as a whole? The communists do not form a separate party opposed to other working class parties. They have no interests separate and apart from those of the proletariat as a whole. They do not set up any sectarian principles of their own by which to shape and mould the proletarian movement. The communists are distinguished from the working class parties by these. Number 1. In the national struggle of the proletarians of the different countries, they point out and bring to the front common interests of the entire proletarian, independently of all nationality. Number 2. In the various stages of development which the struggle of the working class against the society has to pass, they've always and everywhere represented the interests of the movement as a whole. The communists, therefore, are on the one hand practically the most advanced and resolute section of the working class parties of every country, the section which pushes forward all others. On the other hand, theoretically, they have over the great mass of the proletarian the advantage of clearly understanding the line of march, the conditions, and the ultimate general results of the proletarian movement. The immediate aim of the communists is the same. I'll be back. I'm back. Okay. The immediate aim of the communists is the same as that of all other proletarian parties: formation of the proletarian into a class, overthrow the bourgeoisie supremacy, conquest of political power by proletarian. Aim of the communists. Oh yeah, okay, so I am hearable. The theoretical conclusion of the communists are in no way based on ideas or principles that have been invented or discovered. By this or that they would be a universal reformer. They merely express, in general terms, actual relations springing from an existing class struggle, from the historical movement going on under our very own eyes. The abolition of existing property relations is not all distinctive features of communism. Okay, I'm just going to advertise my thing a bit more, because okay, I'm just still advertising it, lol. Okay, let's continue. All property relations in the past have continually been subject to historical change, consequent upon the changes in historical condition. The French Revolution, for example, abolished feudal property in favour of bourgeoisie property. The distinguishing feature of communism is not the abolition of property generally, but the abolition of bourgeoisie property. But modern bourgeoisie private property is the final and most complex expression of the system of producing and approaching products that is based on class antagonisms, on the exploitation of many by the few. Yeah. In this sense, the theory of communism may be summed up in a single sentence: abolition of private property. Abolition of private property. Okay. We communists have been reproached with the desire of abolishing the rights of personally acquiring property as the fruit of man's own labour, which property is alleged by the groundwork of all personal freedom, activity and independence, hard work, self-acquired, self-earned property. Do you mean the property of the petty artisan and of the small peasant, a form of property that precedes the bourgeoisie form? There is no need to abolish that. That is development of industry has to the great extent already been destroyed and is still being destroyed daily. Or do you mean modern bourgeoisie private property? Ugh, kill me. Abolition. But does wage labour create any property for the labourer? Not a bit. It creates capital, i.e. that kind of property which exploits the wage labour, and which cannot increase except upon conditions of begetting a new supply of wage labour for fresh exploitation. Property, in its present form, is based on the antagonism of capital and wage labour. Let us examine both sides of this antagonism. To be capitalist is to have not only a purely personal but a social status in production. Capital is a collective product, and only by the united action of many members, nay, in the last resort, only by the united action of all members of society, can it be set in motion. Capital is therefore not a personal, it is social power. When therefore capital is converted into common property, into the property of all members of society, personal property is not thereby transformed into social property. It is only the social character of the property that is changed. This makes no sense, because how can an object or a house have a property? This is stupid. It loses its class character. Let us now take wage labour. I feel like I'm in this lesson. Well, okay, the average price of wage labour is the minimum wage, i.e. the quantum of the means of subsistence, which is absolutely requisite in bare existence as a labourer. What, therefore, the wage labour appropriates by means of his labour merely suffices to prolong and reproduce a bare existence. We by no means intend to abolish this personal appropriation of the product of labour, an appropriation that is made for the maintenance and reproduction of human life, and that leaves no surplus where there to command the labourers to others. All that we want to do away with is the miserable character of appropriation, under which the labour lives merely to increase capital, and is allowed to live only so in far the interests of the ruling class reprise it. In bourgeoisie society, living labour is but a means to increase accumulated labour. In communist society, labour is but a means to widen, to enrich, to promote the existence of the labourer. Yay! In bourgeoisie society, therefore, the past dominates the present. In communist society, the present dominates the past. But that can't happen, because the past already happened. What the hell are you talking about, Marx? Stop being high. In bourgeoisie society, capital is independent and has individually, while the living person is dependent and has no individuality. It just sounds like he's just writing, like, first thing which comes to his mind. Individual, but individuality. Yeah, let's write that. That sounds clever. In bourgeoisie society, therefore, the past dominates the present. And why have I already read this? Okay. And the abolition of this state of things, is called by the bourgeoisie abolition of individuality and freedom, and rightly so. The abolition of bourgeoisie individually, bourgeoisie independence, and bourgeoisie freedom is undoubtedly aimed at. Full stop. They don't tell me what it's aimed at. Thanks, Marx. By freedom is meant under the present bourgeoisie condition of production, free trade, free selling and buying. But if selling and buying disappears, free selling and buying also. This talk about free selling and buying, and all the other brave words of the bourgeoisie about freedom in general, have a meaning, if any, only in contrast with restricted selling and buying, with the fettered traders of the Middle Ages, but have no meaning with opposed to the communistic abolition of buying and selling, of the bourgeoisie conditions of production, and of the bourgeoisie itself. Okay. You are horrified at our intending to do away with private property, but in your existing society, private property is already done away with for 9/10 of the population. Its existence for the few is solely due to its non-existence in the hands of those 9/10. You reproach us, therefore, with intending to do away with a form of property, the necessary condition for whose existence is the non-existence of any property for the immense majority of society. In one word, you reproach us with intending to do away with your property. Precisely so. That is just what we intend. Yea, communism's perfect. From the moment when labour can no longer be converted into capital, money or rent, into a social power capable of being monopolised, i.e. from the moment when individual property can no longer be transformed into bourgeoisie property, in capital, from that moment you can say individuality vanishes. You must therefore confess that by individual you mean no other person than the bourgeoisie, than the middle class owner of property. This person must, indeed, be swept out of the way, and made impossible. Communism deprives no man of the power to appropriate the products of society. All that it does is to deprive him... What's in my throat? Deprive him of the power to subjugate the labour of others by means of such appropriation. It has been objected that upon the abolition of private property, all work will cease. Dun dun dun. And universal laziness will overtake us. That's true, it would. Because if people can't make money, why would somebody want to work if they already have everything? It's like, why would you want to work if you already have a house and have food, yeah? Unless you have like a dream like being an actor or something. Which, like, see, you get me? Like, everybody's gonna be lazy. So, Marx. Oh my god, Marx. Okay, you must therefore blah blah blah. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, according to this, bourgeoisie society out long ago to have gone to the dogs through sheer idleness. Oh my god, I can't talk again. For those of its members who work acquire nothing, and for those who acquire anything do not work. The whole of this objection is but another expression of the tautology that there can no longer be any wage labour when there is no longer any capital. All objections urged against the communistic mode of production and appropriation material products have in the same way been urged against the communistic modes of producing and appropriating intellectual products. Just as to the bourgeoisie, the disappearance of class property is a disappearance Yeah, my brother just came in, that's why. Okay, where was I? Okay, let's go from all objections. Oh my god, my broken mouse. Can you please work, mouse? Oh my god. Does mouse work? Okay, mouse works, that's good. All objections urged against the communistic mode of producing and approaching material products have, in the same way, been urged against the communistic modes of producing and appropriating intellectual products. Just as to the bourgeoisie, the disappearance of class property is the disappearance of production itself, so the disappearance of class structure is to him identical with the disappearance of all culture. That culture, the loss of which he laments, is for the enormous majority a mere training to act as a machine. But don't wrangle with us so long as you apply to our intending abolition of bourgeoisie property the standards of your bourgeoisie notion of freedom, culture, law, etc. Your very ideas are but the outgrowth of the condition of your bourgeoisie production and bourgeoisie property. You know what I should do? What's it called? Communist Manifesto. But every time he says bourgeoisie, I say bourgeoisie 100 times. I wonder how long that would take. Because, like, he just says bourgeoisie, ha, bourgeoisie, bourgeoisie. It's, oh my god. Yeah, okay, let's continue then. Okay, bourgeoisie property, okay. Abolition of the family, even the most radical flare up at this infamous proposal of the communists. On which foundation is the present family, the bourgeoisie family based? On capital, on private gain? In its completely developed form, this family exists only among the bourgeoisie, but this state of things finds its complexion practical absence of the family among the proletarian, and in public prostitution. The bourgeoisie family will vanish as a matter of course, when its complement vanishes, and both will vanish with the vanishing capital. Do you charge us with wanting to stop the exploitation of children by their parents? It's not like I have to work in a coal mine because my dad tells me to. Lol. Back then they probably did, but nowadays it's not like that. To this crime we plead guilty. But you will say, we destroy the most hallowed of relationships when we replace home education by social, and your education? Is not that also social and determined by the social conditions under which you educate, by the intervention, direct or indirect, of society, by means of schools, etc.? The communists have not invented the intervention of society in education. They do but seek to alter the character of this intervention and to rescue education from the influence of the ruling class. Well, that's pretty what happened, because nowadays in places like the UK, our schools are basically run by commies. Like some stuff we were taught about on education. Some socialist, I think, wrote that when I searched for some English socialist. So, at least Karl Marx made all of the teachers commies, so, you know, maybe he's happy about that. The bourgeoisie claptrap about the family and education, about the hallowed correlation of parents and child, become all more disgusting the more by the action of modern industry all family ties among the proletarian are torn asunder, and their children transformed into simple article of commerce and instruments of labour. But your communists would introduce community of women, screams the bourgeoisie in chorus. The bourgeoisie sees in his wife a mere instrument of production. He hears that the instrument of production are to be exploited in common, and naturally can come to no other conclusion than that the loss of being common to the blah blah blah. Okay, epic. Rich men rape their wives. We learn a lot today, don't we? He has not even a suspicion that the real point is to do away with the status of women as a mere instrument of production. For the rest, nothing is more ridiculous than the virtuous indignation of our bourgeoisie at the community of women, which they pretend is to be openly and officially established by the communists. The communists have no need to introduce community of women. It has existed almost from time immemorial. Okay, how long till I get to the... Okay, we're pretty close. There's like another part, and then after that part, there's another part, and then there's another part, and there's another part. But the last three parts are really small parts. So there's one long part left, and then it's just easy from here. 1 hour 21 minutes, epic. See if we can get a world record time for reading the Communist Manifesto. Okay, our bourgeoisie, not content with having the wives and daughters of the proletarians at their disposal, not to speak of common prostitutes, take the greatest pleasure in seducing each other's wives. Bourgeoisie's marriage is in reality a system of wives in common, and thus, at the most, what the communists might possibly be reproached with is a desire to introduce, in substitution for their hypocrite an openly legalized community of women. For the rest, it is self-evident that the abolition of the present system of production must bring with the abolition of the community of women spring from that system, i.e. prostitution, both public and private. Wait, I'll be back. I have my own life and I'm not just a communist machine. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I just got some water after drinking, after talking for so long. You really need some water. Yeah. Okay, so blah blah blah, communists, okay. Bourgeoisie and marriage, okay. For the bourgeoisie, I'm selling each other's wives. Prostitution. Okay. The communists, a further approach of desiring to abolish countries and nationality. The working men have no country. We cannot take from them what they have not got. Since the proletarian must first of all acquire political supremacy, must rise to be the leading class of the nation, must constitute itself the nation. It is, so far, itself national, though not in the bourgeoisie sense of the word. National difference and antagonisms between people are daily more and more vanishing, owing to the development of the bourgeoisie, to freedom of commerce, to the world market, to uniformity in the mode of production, and in the condition of life corresponding thereto. The supremacy of the proletarians will cause them to vanish still faster. United action United action of the leading civilized countries at last is one of the first conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. In proportion as the exploitation of one individual by another is put to an end, the exploitation of one nation by another will also be put to an end. In proportion as the antagonism between classes within the nation vanishes, the hostility of one nation to another will come to an end. The charges against communists made from a religious, a philosophical, and generally from the ideological standpoint, are not deserving of serious examination. Does it require deep intuition to comprehend the man's ideas, views, and conception? In one word, man's conception changes with every change in the conditions of his material existence, in the social relations and the social life. What else does the history of ideas prove? That the intellectual production changes its character in proportion as material production is changed. The ruling idea of each age. Sorry, that was my autism brother again. The ruling idea of each age have ever been the ideas of its ruling class. When people speak of ideas that revolutionize society, they do but express the fact that within the old society, the elements of a new one has been created, and that the dissolution of the old ideas keep every pace of the dissolution of the old conditions of existence. When the ancient world was in its last throes, the ancient religions were overcome by Christianity. When Christian ideas succumbed in the 18th century to rationalist ideas, feudal society fought its death battle with then revolutionary bourgeoisie. The ideas of religious liberty and freedom of conscience merely gave expression to the sway of free competition within the domain of knowledge. Undoubtedly, it will be said, religious, moral, philosophical, and juridical have been modified in the course of historical development, but religion, morality, philosophy, political science, and law constantly survive this change. There are, beside, eternal truths, such as freedom, justice, etc., that are common to all states of society, but communism abolishes eternal truths. It abolishes all religion and all morality. Why? Bruh. Sorry, it's just my brother again. He's obsessed with elements. Instead of constituting them on a new basis, it therefore acts in contradiction to all past historical experience. What does this accusation reduce itself to? The history of all past society has consisted in the development of class antagonisms that assume different forms at different epochs. But whatever form they may have taken, one fact is common to all ages, viz. The exploitation of one part of the society by the other. No wonder, then, that the social consciousness of past ages, despite all the multiplicity and variety of displays, move with certain common forms on general ideas which cannot completely vanish with the total disappearance of class antagonization. Blah blah blah. Okay. Yeah, okay. The communist revolution is the most radical rupture with traditional property relations. No wonder that its development involves the most radical rupture with traditional ideas. But let us have done with the bourgeoisie objections to communism. We have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletarian to the position of ruling as to win the battle of democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degrees, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hand of the state, i.e. the proletariat organized as the ruling class, and to increase the total of production's force as rapidly as possible. Of course, in the beginning, this cannot be effective except by the means of despotic inroads on the right of property, and on the conditions of bourgeoisie production, by means of measure therefore which appear economically insufficient and untenable, but which, in the course of the movement, outstrip themselves, necessitate further inroads upon the old social order, and are unavailable as a means of entirely revolutionizing the mode of production. These means will of course be different in different countries. Nevertheless, in the most advanced countries, the following will be generally applicable. Number one, abolition of property in land and application of rent of lands to public purposes. Number two, a heavy progress of graduated income tax. Number three, abolition of all rights to inheritance. Number four, confiscation of the property of the immigrants and rebels. Number five, centralization of the credit in the hands of the state by means of the National Bank of State Capital and an exclusive monopoly. Number six, centralization of the means of communication and transport in the hands of the state. Number seven, extension of factories and instruments of productions owned by the state. The bringing into cultivation of wasteland and the improvement of the soil generally in accordance with the common plan. Number eight, equal liability of all labour, establishment of industrial armies, especially for agriculture. Number nine, the combination of agricultural manufacturing industries, gradual abolishment of the I can't read that. Distinction between town and country by a more equable distribution of the population over the country. And number 10, free education for all children in public schools, abolition of children's factory labour in its present form, and combination of education with industrial production. When, in its course of development, class distinctions have disappeared and all productions have been concentrated in the hand of a vast association of the whole nation, the public power will lose its political character. Public power, properly so called, is merely the organised power of one class for oppressing another. If the proletariat, during its contest with the bourgeoisie, is compelled, by the forces of circumstances, to organise itself as a class, if by means of a revolution it makes itself the ruling class, and as such sweeps away by force the old conditions of production, then it will, along with these conditions, have swept away for the existence of class antagonisation of the classes generally, and will thereby have abolished its own supremacy as a class. In place of old bourgeoisie society, with its class and class antagonisms, we shall have an association in which the free development of each is a condition for the free development of all. If anybody is still watching this, thank you for doing this. I'm gonna have like a tiny break. I don't know, it'll probably be like 10 minutes. And just because I've been doing reading for the last 1 hour and 30 minutes, and I need to like have some water and exist a tiny bit. But after this, there's probably going to be like another 30 minutes of reading, and so altogether, I think another hour left of this there would probably be. But I'm going to have a small break because I've been doing this for a long time. So yeah. Oh my god, I'm back. Hello? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, I'm now back. Yeah. Okay, everybody spread the word. I'm finally back, and I'm gonna finish off that manifesto. Oh, hell yeah, 55 subs. Okay, that's happened. Alright, gonna copy that link, gonna spam it in some places again. I'm doing the last third. Yep, so are you watching? Yeah, I got myself some crisp. Yeah, I just found out I had to go do something, so I took some time. Oh, the salt and vinegar, so they're well good. Oh.
Are you doing the manifest?
Bruh. Anybody here? Hi, I'm the only one watching. Okay, so I'm just spamming the Discord link in some places. Okay, yeah. If you stay on, let's get started. You ready? Okay, Communist Manifesto. The last third. Also, I'm going to edit out. Okay, cool. That's good. So basically, today, I'm going to then edit out all of the time I was AFK, and then I'm going to upload it normally. So if somebody just wants to hear like a full audiobook of Lazy Dimitri / Seb or whatever the hell I am doing the Communist Manifesto, they can watch that. Okay, generated HTML, no images. Okay, let's find it. The last third. Number 1, number 2. Okay, here we are. Number 3, socialist and communist literature. Okay, reactionary socialism. A. Feudal socialism. Owing to their historical position, it became the vocation of the aristocrats of France and England to write pamphlets against modern bourgeoisie society. In the French Revolution of July 1830 and in the English Reform agitation, these aristocracies again succumbed to the hateful upstart. There hence a serious political contest was altogether out of the question. A literary battle alone remained possible, but even in the domain of literature, the old cries of Restoration period had become impossible. Dun, dun, dun! In order to arouse sympathy, the aristocracy were obliged to lose sight, apparently, of their own interests, and to formulate their indictment against the bourgeoisie in the interest of the exploited working class alone. Thus the aristocracy took revenge by singing lampoons on their new master, and whispering in his ears sinister prophecies of coming catastrophe. In the way arose feudal socialism, half lamentation, half lampoon, half echo of the past, half menace of the future. At times, by its bitter, witty and incisive criticism, striking the bourgeoisie to the very heart's core, but always ludicrous in its effect, though total incapacity to comprehend the march of modern history. The aristocracy, in order to rally the people to them, waved the proletarian alms bag in front for their banner, but the people, so often as it joined them, saw on their hindquarters my autistic brother. Okay, it's not a cry for help, I promise you. I'm just trying to upload daily this week. Soon I'm going to read the entire B-movie script. That's going to be epic. I don't know what to say. Get out, jazz. Okay, let's continue. Okay. One section of the French Legitimists and Young England exhibited this spectacle. I'm so stupid. In pointing out that their mode of exploitation was different to that of the bourgeoisie, the feudalists No, please stay here. Please. I'm begging you. Okay, how about this? Wait. Is Pewds live right now? Bruh. Please stay here. Oh, I'm live. Okay, join now.
Hey.
Okay, Pewds is like... No, you shouldn't join it, because... What's it called? Only members can, like, listen, like... What's it called? Only members can type. So, yeah. So, please stay here. This is, like, one of the only streams I'm ever gonna do. I'm sorry, like... Please... Stay. Are you still here? Is you still here? Okay, cool. Thank you. Okay, in pointing out that their mode of exploitation was different to that of the bourgeoisie, the feudalists forgot that they exploited under circumstances and conditions that were quite different, and that are now aquedated. In showing that under their rule, the modern proletariat never existed, they forgot that the modern bourgeoisie is the necessary offspring of their own form of society. For the rest, so little do they conceive the reactionary character of their criticism that their chief accusation against the bourgeoisie amount to this, that under the bourgeoisie regime, a class is being developed, which is destined to cut up the root and branch the old order of the society. Are you still here? Okay, cool. There is like a minute delay. Lol. Yeah, that's not my fault. We'll get this in a minute. What they upbraid the bourgeoisie with, it's not so much that it creates a proletariat, as that it creates a new revolutionary proletariat. Whoa, a revolutionary proletariat instead of a proletariat? Whoa! In political practice, therefore, they join in all coercive measures against the working class, and in ordinary life, despite their highfalutin phrases, they stoop to pick up the golden apples dropped from the tree of industry. This is what I love. In this, in the Communist Manifesto, he's literally talked about the nether realm. He said that, like, the bourgeoisie own the nether realm. And now he's talking about golden apples being dropped from the tree. Like, Minecraft. And to barter truth, love, and honour, traffic in wool, beetroot sugar, and potato spirits. And as the parson has ever gone hand in hand with the landlord, so has clerical socialism and feudal socialism. Nothing is easier than to give Christian ascetism a socialist tinge. Has not Christianity declaimed against private property, against marriage, against the state? Has it not preached in the place of these? Charity and poverty, celibacy and mortification of the flesh, monasteric life and mother church. Christian socialism is but the holy water with which the priest consecrates the heart burnings of the aristocrat. Oh, that's pretty epic. Number B, petty bourgeoisie socialism. Let's read about that. He's listening to this while I play Minecraft. Okay, that's cool. B, petty bourgeoisie socialism. The feudal aristocracy was not the only class that was ruined by the bourgeoisie, not the only class whose conditions of existence pinned and perished in the atmosphere of modern bourgeoisie society. The medieval burgesses and the small peasant proprietors were the persecutors of the modern bourgeoisie. In those countries which are but little developed, industrially and commercially, those two classes still vegetate side by side with the rising bourgeoisie. And now I've just noticed that I'm not covering my camera for my thing, so I'm probably being watched by the FBI. Epic. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Okay. The individual member of this class, however, are being constantly held down into the proletariat by the action of competition. And as modern industry develops, they even see the moment approaching when they will completely disappear as an independent section of modern society, to be replaced in manufactures, agricultural and commerce by overlooker, bailiffs and shopmen. Hell yeah, shopmen unite. In countries like France, where the peasants constitute far more than half the population, it was natural that writers who side with the proletariat against the bourgeoisie should use in their criticism of the bourgeoisie regime. Basically, if you're stupid, bourgeoisie, medium person, bourgeoisie, you know, like middleman, bourgeoisie not billionaire, billionaire is aristocrat. So rich boy is aristocrat, medium man is bourgeoisie, and working guy is proletariat. Okay, Robert more? Thus our petty bourgeoisie socialism. Sismondi was the head of... Oh my god. It was my brother. Let's continue. Sismondi was the head of his school, not only in France but also in England. Okay. Don't know if Sismondi was there. This school of socialism dissected with great acuteness the contradictions in the conditions of modern production. It laid bare the hypocritical apologies of economists. Yeah. It proved incontrovertibly the disastrous effect of machinery and division of labour, the concentration of capital and land in a few weeks, overproduction and crisis. It pointed out the inevitable ruin of the petty bourgeoisie and peasant, the misery of the proletariat, the anarchy in production, the crying equality in the distribution of wealth, the industrial war of extermination between nations, the dissolution of old moral bonds, of old family relations, of the old nationalities. In its positive aims, however, this form of socialism aspires either to restore the old mean of production and of exchange, and with the old property relationships and the old society, or to cramping the modern means of production, inequalities in the distribution of wealth. The industrial war, okay, I cannot read, meaning the production and of exchange, within the framework of the old property relation that has been, and were bound to be, exploded by those means. In either case, it is both reactionary and utopian. Not like we learnt that utopias can't exist or anything. Its last words are corporate guilds for manufacture, patriarchal relationships, and agriculture. Ultimately, when stubborn historical facts have dispersed all intoxicating effects of self-deception, this form of socialism ended in a miserable fit of the blues. See, German or true socialism. Lol, Germany, back at it again. Okay. The socialist and communist literature of France. I'm wondering how quickly I can read this. I'm going to read this fast, okay? So get ready. If you don't understand it, it's because it's going to be speed. Let's go. C. German or true socialism. The socialist and communist literature of France, a literature that originated under the pressure of a bourgeoisie in power, and what that was the expression of the struggle against the power, was introduced into Germany at the time when bourgeoisies in that country had just begun in contest with feudal absolutism. German philosophers, would-be philosophers, and Bierk's esprits eagerly seized on this literature, only forgetting that when these writings immigrated from France into Germany, French social conditions had not immigrated along with them. In contact with German social conditions, this French literature lost all its immediate practical significance, and assumed a purely literary aspect. Thus, to the German philosophers of the 18th century, the demands of the First French Revolution were nothing more than the demands of practical reason in general, and the utterance of the will of the revolution. French bourgeoisie signified in their eyes the law of pure will, of will as it was bound to be, of true human will generally. The world of the German literate consisted solely in bringing the new French ideas into harmony with the ancient philosophers' conscience, or rather in annexing the French ideas without deserting their own philosophical point of view. I love how I've been doing this for the last 3 hours and 46 minutes. I haven't been speaking for 3 hours and 46 minutes. At this point I've probably been speaking only for 2 hours. But I really wonder, what has led me to such a sad existence? Why am I doing this? I just hope it blows up. Alright, let's continue. It is well known how the monks wrote silly lives for Catholic saints over the manuscripts on which the classical works of ancient heathendom had been written. The German literate reversed this process with the profane French literature. They wrote their philosophical nonsense beneath the French original. For instance, beneath the French criticism of the economical functions of money, they wrote alienation of humanity, and beneath the French criticism of the bourgeoisie state, they wrote dethronement of the category in the general, and so forth. Okay, the introduction of these philosophical phrases at the back of the French historical criticism they dubbed philosophy of action, true socialism, German science of socialism, philosophical foundation of socialism, and so on. The French socialist and communist literature was thus completely emasculated, and since it ceased in the hands of the Germans to express the struggle of one class with the other, he felt conscious of having overcome French one-sidedness and of representing not true requirements. by the requirements of truth. So not true requirements, but the requirements to be truthful. Wow, that's pretty deep. Not the interest of the proletariat, but the interest of human nature, of man in general, who belongs to no class, has no reality, who exists only in the misty realm of philosophical fantasy. This German socialism, which took its schoolboy task so seriously and solemnly, and extolled its poor stocking trait in such mountebank fashion, meanwhile gradually lost its pedantic innocence. The fight of the German, especially of the Prussian bourgeoisie, against feudal aristocracy and absolute monarchy, in other words, the liberal movement became more earnest. Somebody help me. What am I? Let's continue. By this, the long-wished-for opportunity was offered to true socialism of confronting the political movement with the socialist demands, of hurling the traditional anathemas against liberalism, against representative governments, against bourgeoisie competition, bourgeoisie freedom of the press, bourgeoisie legislation, bourgeoisie liberty and equality, and the preaching to the masses that they had nothing to gain and everything to lose. But by this the bourgeoisie movement, full stop. What? Okay. German socialism forgot in the nick of time that the French criticism, whose silly echo it was, presumed the existence of modern bourgeoisie society, with its corresponding economic conditions of existence, and the political constitution adapted therefore the very things whose attainment was the object of the pending struggle in Germany. To the absolute governments, with their following parsons, professors, country squires and officials, it served as a welcome scarecrow against the threatening bourgeoisies. It was a sweet finish after the pit of pills of flogging and bullets with which these same governments, just at the time, dosed the German working class risings. While this true socialism thus served the government as a weapon for fighting the German bourgeoisie, it at the same time directly represented a reactionary interest, the interest of the German Philistines. In Germany, the petty bourgeoisie class, a relic of the 16th century, and since then constantly cropping up again under various forms, is the real social basis of the existing state of things. To preserve this class is to preserve the existing state of things in Germany. The industrial and political supremacy of the bourgeoisie threaten it with certain destruction. On the one hand, from the concentration of capital, on the other from the rise of the revolutionary proletariat. Oh, when you have to say bourgeoisie and proletariat all the time, it really gets annoying. True socialism appeared to kill these two birds with one stone. It spreads like an epidemic. Coronavirus. Whoa! Did communism predict corona? I don't know. The robe of speculative cobwebs, embroidered with flowers of rhetoric, steeped in the dew of sickly sentiment, this transcendental robe in which the German socialists wrap their sorry eternal truths, all skin and bone, served to wonderfully increase the sale of their goods among such a public, and on its part, German socialism recognized more and more its own calling as a bombastic representative of the petty bourgeoisie Philistine. I can't speak. It proclaimed the German nation to be the model nation, and the Germany petty Philistine to be the typical man. To every villainous meanness of this model man, it gave a hidden higher socialistic interpretation, the exact contrary of its real character. It went to the extreme length of directly opposing the brutally defensive tendency of communism, and of proclaiming its supreme and impartial contempt of all class struggles, with very few exceptions. All the so-called socialist and communist publications that now, 1847, circulate in Germany belong to the domain of this foul and enervating literature. Epic. Let's learn more German. Why did I say German now? Okay, is that where we got up to? Oh my god, we're nearly done. We're gonna literally finish in like less than 20 minutes. Oh my god, let's go, let's go. I'm nearly done. Epic. It wasn't even that long. They said an average reading time is 4 hours. If we're doing everything correctly and not using the the thing that I had to have like a massive 1 hour break, I probably read that in 2 hours. Where? Okay. Let's start with number 2. Conservative or bourgeoisie socialism. A part of this bourgeoisie is desirous in redressing social grievances in order to secure the continued existence of bourgeoisie society. To this section belong economists, philanthropists, humanitarians, improvers of the conditions of the working class, organisers of charity, members of societies from preventing to the cruelty of animals, didn't know they existed back then, temperance fanatics, hole and corner reformers of every imaginable kind. This form of socialism has, moreover, been worked out into complete systems. We may cite Proudhon's Philosophie de la Misère as an example of this form. The socialistic bourgeoisie wants all the advantages of modern social conditions without the struggle and dangers necessarily resulting therefrom. They desire the existing state of society minus its revolutionary and disintegrating elements. They wish for a bourgeoisie without a proletariat. The bourgeoisie naturally conceive the world in which it is supreme to be the best, and bourgeoisie socialism developed this comfortable conception into various, more or less complete systems. In requiring the proletariats to carry out such system, and thereby to march straightway into the social New Jerusalem, it but requires in reality that the proletariat should remain within the bounds of existing in existing society, and should cast away all of its hateful ideas concerning the bourgeoisie. Are you still watching this? Okay, a second and more practical but less systematic form of the socialism sought to be depreciate every revolutionary movement in the eye of the working class by showing that no more political reform, but only the change in the material conditions of existence in economic relations could be of any advantage to them. By changes in the material conditions of existence, this form of socialism, however, by no means understands abolition of the bourgeoisie relations of production, an abolition that can be effected only by revolution, but administrative reforms, based on the continued existence in those relations. Reform, therefore, that in no respect affects the relations between capital and labour, but at best lessen the cost and simplify the administrative work of bourgeoisie government. Bourgeoisie socialism attains adequate expression when and only when it becomes a mere figure of speech. Free trade for the benefit of the working class, protective duties for the benefit of the working class, prison reform for the benefit of the working class. This is the last word and the only seriously meant word of bourgeoisie socialism, but it's summed up in this phrase: the bourgeoisie is a bourgeoisie for the benefit of the working class. Okay, how long left do I need to have? We literally have 2 more paragraphs left. Okay, I'm just going to advertise it a bit more, because I want some of my friends to experience the end of it. Bruh, okay. One viewer, that's a bit of a pity, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Can you please type if you're watching this, though? Because... yeah. E. E. Okay, that's cool. Okay, let's finish this off. Okay, last two paragraphs. Critical utopian socialism and communism. We do not refer to that literature which, in every great modern revolution, has always given the voice to demand of the proletariat, such as the writings of Babeuf and others. The first direct attempt of the proletariat to attain its own end, made in times of universal excitement, when feudal society was being overthrown. These attempts necessarily failed, owing to the then undeveloped state of the proletariat, as well as to the absence of the economic conditions for its emancipation. Conditions that had yet to be produced, and could be produced by the impending bourgeoisie epoch alone. The revolutionary literature of that accompanied these first movements of the proletariat had necessarily a reactionary character. It inculcated universal ascetism and social levelling in its crudest form. The socialist and communist system, properly so called, those of Saint Simon, Fourier, Owen, and others, spring into existence in the early undeveloped period described above of the struggles between proletariat and bourgeoisie. See section 1, bourgeoisie and proletariats. The founder of these systems see, indeed, the class antagonisms, as well as the action of the decomposing elements in the prevailing form of society. The proletariat, as yet in its infancy, offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. Since the development of class antagonisms keep even pace with the development of industry, the economic situation, as they find it, does not yet offer to them material conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. They therefore search for a new social science, after new social laws, that are there to create these conditions. Historical action is to yield to their personal intentive action historically created conditions of emancipation to fantasy ones, and the gradual spontaneous class organization of the proletariat to the organization of society, specially contrived by these creators. Further history resolves itself, in their eye, into the propaganda and the practical carrying out of their social plans. Oh, somebody else is now watching Epic. Who watch now? Yeah, hello Betreon. I'm nearly done with it. Okay, let's continue then. Blah blah blah. Proletariat, yet as its infancy. Propaganda, social plans. Okay. In the formation of their plans, they are conscious of carrying chiefly for the interests of the working class, as being the most suffering class. Only from the point of view of being the most suffering class does the proletariat exist for themselves. The undeveloped state of the class struggle, as well as their own surroundings, causes socialists of this kind to consider themselves for superior to all class antagonisms. They want to improve the condition of every member of society, even that of the one most favoured. Hence, they habitually appeal to society at large, without distinction of class, nay, by preference to the ruling class. For how can people, when they have once understand the system, fail to see it in its best possible plan of the best possible state of society? Hence they reject all political and especially all revolutionary action. They wish to attain their very ends by peaceful means, and endeavour, by small experiments necessarily doomed to failure, and by the force of example, to pave the way for the new social gospel. Such fantastic pictures of future society, painted at a time when the proletariat is still in a very undeveloped state, and has but a fantastic conception of its own position, corresponded with the first instinctive yearnings of that class for a general reconstruction of society. But these socialist and communist publications contain also a critical element. They attack every principle of existing society. They hence they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. The practical measures proposed in them, such as the abolition of the distinction between town and country, of the family, of those carrying in the industry for the account of private individuals, and of the wage system, the proclamation of social harmony, the conservation of functions in this state, into emerge superintendence of production, all those proposals point solely to the disappearance of class antagonisms which were, at that time, only just cropping up, and which, in these publications, are recognised in their earliest and distinctive and undefined forms only. These proposals, therefore, are of pure utopian character. The significance of critical utopian socialism and communism bears an inverse relation to historical development. In proportion as the modern class struggle develops and takes definite shape, this fantastic standing apart from the contest, these fantastic attacks on it lose all practical value and all theoretical justification. Therefore, although the originators of these systems were in many respects revolutionary, these disciples have in every case formed mere revolutionary sects. They hold fast by the original views of their masters, in opposition to the progressive historical development of the proletariat. They therefore endeavour, and that consistently, to deaden the class struggle and to reconcile the class antagonisms. They still dream of experimental realization of their social utopias, of founding isolated phalansteries, of establishing home colonies, of setting up a little Icaria, duodecimo edition of the New Jerusalem. And to realize all these castles in the air, they are compelled to appeal to the feeling and pursuits of the bourgeoisie. By degrees they sink into the category of the reactionary conservative socialists depicted above, differing from those only by more systematic pendency, and by their fanatical and superstition beliefs in the miraculous effects of the social science. They therefore violently oppose all political action on Okay, sorry, just a retarded brother came in. Lol. Okay. Okay, yes. And they are, compelled to appeal to the feelings and pursuits of the bourgeoisie. By degree they sink into the category of the reactionary conservative socialists depicted above, differing from those only by a more systematic tendency, and by their fanatical and superstitious beliefs in the miraculous effects of their social existence. They therefore violently oppose all political actions on the part of the working class. Such actions, according to them, can only result from blind unbelief in the new gospel. The Owenites in England and the Fourierites in France, respectively, oppose the Chartists and the Reformists. Okay, we've now come to the last bit of the Communist Manifesto. We're now at the last bit. Okay, so now I'm at the last paragraph. So, like, I swear within the next 10 minutes it will all be done. Okay, let's get into it. Position of the communists in relation to the various existing opposition parties. Section 2 has made clear the relations of the communists to the existing working class parties, such as the Chartists in England and the agrarian reformers in America. The communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims, for the enforcement of the momentary interests of the working class. But in the movement of the present, they also represent and take care of the future of that movement. In France, the communists ally themselves with the social democrats against the conservative and radical bourgeoisie, reserving, however, the right to take up a critical opposition in regards to phrases and allusions traditionally handed down by the Great Revolution. In Switzerland they support the radicals without losing sight of the fact that this party consists of antagonistical elements, partly of democratic socialists in the French sense, partly of radical bourgeoisie. In Poland they support the party that insists of the agrarian revolution as the prime condition for national emancipation, that party which fomented the insurrection of Krakow in 1846. In Germany they fight with the bourgeoisie whenever it acts in a revolutionary way against the absolute monarchy, the feudal squirearchy, and the petty bourgeoisie, but they never cease for a single instance to instill the working class the clearest possible recognition of the hostile antagonism between bourgeoisie and proletariat, in order that the German workers may straightway use, as so many weapons against the bourgeoisie, the social and political conditions that the bourgeoisie must necessarily introduce along with its supremacy, and in order that, after the fall of reactionary classes in Germany, the fight against the bourgeoisie itself may immediately begin. The communists turn their attention chiefly to Germany, because the country is on the eve of the bourgeoisie revolution that is bound to be carried out under more advanced conditions of European civilization, and with a much more developed proletariat than that of England was in the 17th and of France in the 18th, and because the bourgeoisie revolution in Germany will be the prelude of the immediate following proletarian revolution. In short, the communists everywhere support revolutionary movements against the existing social and political order of things. Okay, I'm legit about to finish. Bruh, I'm a bit excited. Bruh, okay. Okay, I'm just waiting for others to join because I don't want it to be just me. Okay. I guess whoever's watching right now then is going to be the... Bruh. Bruh. Okay, just... got some more people. Okay, I guess I'm just going to have to finish it by myself then, if nobody's going to join. Okay. In all these movements, they bring to the front, as the leading question in each, the property question, no matter what is the degree of development at the time. Finally, they labour everywhere for the union and agreement of the democratic parties of all countries. The communists disdain to conceal their views and aims. They openly declare that their ends can be attained only by the forcible overthrow of all existing social conditions. Let the ruling class trembles at the communistic revolution. The proletarians have nothing to lose but their chains. They have a world to win. Working men of all countries unite. Okay, I'm actually done. Lol. That's legit it. Bruh. I'm done. Anybody still here, lol? Anyone? I guess that's it then. If you enjoyed this stream, please like and subscribe and stuff like that. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to end. Yeah, cool, I'm done. Yes. That's it. It's finally done. Hallelujah. I'm going to end the stream now. If you liked it, like and subscribe and all of that stuff. I have no life. And yes. If you have any like really long, I don't know, any scripts you want me to read, like movies or stuff, please recommend them in the thing. I'm about to hope you enjoyed it then.